Very good day everybody, and welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko, and will be your captain for today's flight. Today's flight will be another one of our long-haul series that we do every now and then on the channel. We tried one yesterday, but the simulator was kind of funny. So I ended up the flight just being stuck in mid-air, using auto fuel. So I just had to abort that. So we're trying again today, but it's going to be a different flight. Today's flight will take us from Japan to Indonesia. We'll be taking off from Tokyo Airport to Jakarta. And we're using the PMDG Boeing 777F, the freighter variant with FedEx livery. And this livery actually has a nice little panda on the front, painted on it. So it's looking all cute. We're using real world time and real world weather. The en route flight time is expected to be about 7 hours and 32 minutes. Cruising at an altitude of 32,000 feet, and we'll be covering a distance of 3,614 nautical miles. As I said, real world time and real world weather. We're not using GSX today because that's not very compatible with this aircraft for some reason. But what we will be using is the Aerosoft Simple Traffic tool. And the weather has changed a little bit, as you can see. So let's just hop on in. So we're parked here at one of the cargo ramps at the Tokyo Haneda International Airport. There behind us you can see the city, the skyline. And the 777. I've never used this livery before. I have used FedEx liveries, but not this one. This one comes with the package when you buy the 777 F series. With a little panda on it, showing something, getting high. FedEx Panda Express, Zoo Park, above all, something. So yeah, it looks like it's a beautiful morning here in Japan, and I'm expecting to be having quite a scenic arrival at Jakarta, but we'll see once we get there. I've never flown there, so it will be a first time for me to actually fly there. We did fly from out of this airport more often, but never to or from Jakarta, so it's going to be interesting. Looks like it's going to be very nice scenery there, lots of islands, lots of green and hills. Very rich looking environment in that sense. So not sure actually today I haven't thought of what we are going to transport. So maybe it's just musical instruments or jars of mayonnaise or just simple cookies. But in any sense, here we are. So let's just get into the flight deck and get this thing started. So usually you'll find these longer aircraft, they're not quite cold and dark when the pilots arrive. Usually there's something is started up like it is actually now, done by the engineers. But I believe the ground power unit is connected. Let's see. Where's the external power? No, that's not available. So we'll request the ground operations. And let's get the ground power unit. And let's also get our flight plan from Simbris. So, FedEx, there you go, there's our flight plan. So departure weather here in Tokyo will be wind 190 at 14 knots, it's quite windy. Visibility 10 miles, few clouds at 2,000 feet and then broken. I'm not sure what that means, broken. What the hell does that mean? 26 degrees, QNH 1005. So now that the secondary or the external power is available, we'll turn on the primary, external, and the secondary external power. So we are on external power now. The APU was already on. Let's now turn on the ADU. This is our initial reference system that will have the aircraft look to find its position using GPS and everything. Let's see anything else we can do up here. Let's just turn on the logo lights. And for now I guess we're good. APU is on. So I think we just start up setting the FMC. We can just download our flight plan through here, so it's quite convenient. But we'll have a look at the OFP to see if everything is the way it should be. So pausing it. Well, let me just pick here, that would be Romeo Juliet Tango Tango. Some of these codes, I go to sleep, you wake me up in the middle of the night and I can sing them to you backwards or forward, and other codes I will just never remember. So RJTT, and then our position at the airport. Have a look here on the Navigraph. We're parked at some East Cargo area, 401. So let's see if 401 is actually recognized, yes or no. So 401, gate, and there you go. We can copy that, put it in the scratch pad, and that goes to standard conventional position. Alright, so route, and we can request. So this will request the route from Simbrief, and that looks like the correct route. That's the one that we created. Now before we set the payload in the fuel, as suggested here, zero fuel at 502, reserve fuel 23.7, block fuel 165. This looks like it's in pounds. And there you go, it's in pounds, so we should change that first. Let's see which button that is. So PMDG setup, aircraft, and I guess it's displays, and there you go, weight units will be kilograms. Now that we're in here, you can also go to equipment and see the timer. That's already digital. Okay, so that's cool. I like the digital clock. Okay, so now it's saying, because Simbrief route again, so it's saying 10,000 kilograms, 10,000 per 8 for the reserves. Block fuel 75.2 thousand, and then zero fuel weight 228.1. So let's just compare this real quick to the OFP that we got. So we got FedEx 8.2, cost index will be 170, and cruising 340 will be some sort of step climb. And then we got 75.1 on the block fuel, we got 10.7 on the final reserves. So that looks okay, and this is our route. So let's just first go ahead and set payload, set fuel, and select route. And now it's actually requesting the route. So we can set the squawk code in the meantime. So we go for 3121. And we're just squawking standby for now. Also set up the radio panel for both pilots. Okay, so what are they saying here? We send forecast uplink ready. Okay, so we can, the route is in, so we can activate the route and then execute it. And this basically gives you the, oh, I didn't do it correctly, my bad. I wish to load it first. So it's now uploading. So downloaded it into the FMS basically, and I guess it's uploading it into the FMC, something like that. You do not need to worry your pretty little brain about it, but if you do know, let me know. And then now I should be able to execute. Then let's have a look. So we have the basic flight plan now from LAXAS to Jakarta to BUBDO to Sarki and so on. It's 9 pages, we don't have to read all of them. In real life you would obviously look at all the waypoints, right? I mean, it'd be crazy if you did not do that. We know where you are. Alright, so we do not have our departures and arrivals yet. We have to use the departure arrival button for that. Now we can see here, departure runway 22. And we're using the LAXAS 4 departure. So runway 22, and we got the LAXAS 4 departure. There's no transition, and we can just execute. We go back to ENDAX, and we do the same for the arrival. Although the weather might change in about 7 hours or so. But we'll see, 07 right for the AMBOY to Foxtrot. So ILS 07 right, and then the AMBOY to Foxtrot. There's no transition. Or all pass maybe, let's see, do we have all pass? We do not have all pass as a transition, so we'll just leave that out. So transition, no, execute, and that should give us the entire flight plan. Now because of the legs page. We got 13 pages because it added a little bit of the departure and then a little bit for the arrival and the go around and everything. So that's all in there. For now we can accept, so let's just keep on going. Route perf in it. Because there's a fuel weight we can fetch from here. And then we got the reserves already here, 10.8, cruising 320, cost index 170, 33.3. We have that on board as well. 73.3, that's confirmed. So we got that. So you can just accept this, and this will be answered now. And then thrust limits, we'll use the little calculator that comes with the EFB, the electronic flight bag, or the tablet. The departing runway was 22. And we can import all the weights and everything from the aircraft. And import weather, and we calculate. And then it should give us flat 5 takeoff. That's nice, and 1% is percentage of 102.3. So we have a takeoff rating at 34 degrees. Let's takeoff, that's selected. We enter 34 degrees, so we're telling the engines it's actually 34 degrees outside. And that should make them burn a little bit more efficiently. So 101.6, that is not quite what we see here. Not really sure why that is. I think actually the loading and everything is finished, so we should have the correct numbers, so import from aircraft should be sufficient. I'm not really sure if I'm doing anything wrong. 34 degrees. Trim 5.25, V1 160, V-rotate 168, V2 174. And so yeah, we'll just keep this, I guess. So select 34 degrees. So we go takeoff. So flaps 5. And center of gravity. Trim 5.25. And I believe these numbers are will just update themselves. So we'll just be patient for that a little bit. In the meantime, have a look outside. Looks like Japan is still there, which obviously is very comforting to know, since this is our departure airport. Well, if it's not in Japan, we don't have no airport to depart from. And then the whole party starts all over again. Yeah, so we're just waiting now for the FMC to catch up, I guess. Something I've noticed before as well in the PMDG 777. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything wrong, but I don't think so. If anything I'm doing wrong, it's just that I'm probably being a little bit too quick. So we just leave this sort itself out. And quickly see through here that there's the auto step climb function available, and whether that is activated or not. Okay, the sign selector not installed. Okay, that's interesting. Approaching minimums call, I would like to hear that. Minimums, I would like to hear that as well. 2,500, I like that. 400, let's just turn them all on. I like it. 60. Then I believe we actually have 5 as well. So radar or silent, let's see. Oh, that's the autopilot. Alright, let's forget about that. Hopefully it doesn't break anything here. Okay, so we'll look at the rest in a little bit. Let's see. The numbers are in now, so we got our V numbers, 162, 168, 174. I just got to go ahead and accept them. I just got to put all my trust in this little FMC here. So that means basically that's everything set here for departure. We can go back to the legs page, and then we can actually just start preparing for pushback and everything. So first things first, we'll dial in 250 knots here in the speed window. Then I believe the cruising altitude, so let's just go 340, I believe it's set on the all speed. Let's double check. We'll see that on the top here, 340, so 320, 310, so I'm not really sure how to read this, so I don't think they would like to go up and down, right? But, well, 340, that will do for now. So that is it. And we'll turn on the flight directors on both sides. Auto thrusters armed. We'll arm the lateral navigation, the vertical navigation. And we're about to start our engines. So let's turn on the fuel pumps. See what I'm doing. These are not fuel pumps. Let's turn on the hydraulics. We'll need those. And these are our fuel pumps. And I'm not sure if we're using anything in the middle tank. There's 12.6 thousand kilograms in the middle tank, so we'll also use the center pumps. Beacon, since we were about to start our engines momentarily. I think for the rest we should be good. I'm not sure if this has a, I think it has an auto yaw damper. Arm the emergency exit lights. If you ask me, we're pretty good. Alright. So anything else here? Yeah, look at us. APU is running, doors are on manual. Yeah, so let's close the door. Ground operations. Can release the ground power. That's using APU right now. I remove the chocks, and that's going to warn us that probably we need to set the parking brakes. So parking brake set. We will trim 5.25 in a bit. See that it counts door management. Let's close out. Just to see if that's actually working. I think so, albeit very slowly. But that door is definitely moving. We definitely see a shadow. So Groundhog's Day, everybody. Alright, let's forget about that. So that door is closing. Traffic's already been turned on. Our flight plan is right here. That's looking representative of what we will do. So after takeoff we'll go to hops. Alright. Anything else? So we need to trim 5.25. It's basically 5 and one more nudge. There you go. So trim has been set as well. And the TCAS is still on, engines are in shutdown mode. But that should actually be it. So since we're not using GSX, let me think. I don't believe this aircraft has a PMDG. Usually the 37, the 737, they do have a taxi feature, or a pushback, I should say. But I don't think this one has it. PMDG is FS actions, maybe pushback. No, that's grayed out. So we'll use the pushback helper. That is going to work as well. You cannot see it; it's off the screen. But I'll put that up right now, and select tug, and then on tug, there you go. Should come and connect with us. Now before we do anything, so we set runway 22 for departure. Where the hell is that sucker? That's right over there, so that's not too far away. So we will push back with the nose to the right. That gets us onto Romeo. Then we'll just follow Romeo, get onto... basically just follow Romeo. That will be all the way to Bravo 14. So basically with taxi straight out. That's pretty cool. So push back with the nose to the right. Alright, so the taxi, the truck there is happening. So we release the parking brake. If you would please. There you go. And let's go. Alright, so let's start our engines. We'll start with engine number 2. And let's also pull up the checklist in a little bit. If we're not forgetting anything. And so we can introduce the fuel. Alright, that's one engine starting to get really noisy here. Just how we like it. AGT is dropped. Well, let's start up engine number 1. There comes our N2. And here goes the fuel. Well, that looks like a nice pushback, look at that. So the tug can go. And we'll set the parking brake immediately. So the tug is going. I just love that sound, man. And I'm liking the little panda. Right, let's get back in. There we go, we have 2 running engines. Let's turn on the seatbelt sign. Even though we do not have little passengers, but there will be, let's see if I can show you in the back. There you go. So we do have some seats here for executives or company personnel or whatever that are coming with us, but we'll explore here a little bit later. Let's now get back to the flight deck. We can get going. Before we do anything, checklist. Oxygen, let's just test it. That's okay. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter. So we should set the altimeter. Just press the lazy button B. And this is our altimeter 2969. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter. So heading, yeah, we'll just use the lateral navigation. Parking brake is set. We should be able to see that, right? I believe you should be able to see it up here as well. But this is something sort of a glitch. Sometimes it looks like. I mean, the parking brake looks to be set. Let's unset it. Yeah, it could have something to do with the. Let's actually see. This might be. It should be unrealistic. I mean, that's how I like it. So we go PMDG setup and options, simulation. I think it might be on the realism. Aircraft equipment displays favor. I always forget these. They have so many options in these menus. It's amazing. Options, so simulation. Let's get a little bit more close here. IRS options. Let's actually have a look. They are realistic. That's good. The thing is, I've never flown this. I've never loaded up with livery. That means it defaults to the default settings that came with this livery by PMDG. So then sometimes I need to set my own settings. Display units, safe nope, simulation, barrel sync, yes please. Got some callouts. Actually, callouts could be nice. Let's turn them all on. Rotate to the V2, why not? Positive rate, sure, that's always cool. Do not pause at the top of the stand, please. No time compression. Yokes normal. Only parking brake realistic, yeah, that's what I want, okay. Right, cool. It is not working. And it could have something to do with the program I was using, so let me just get the pushback helper back. And parking brake. That blows ass, man. Finally, there we go. Although the thing is, it should actually be parking brake set.
But that's the point, like the parking brakes were on, but it wasn't showing here. And you actually should check here, because this is telling you whether they're on or not, you know. This is just a mechanical bit, but there's no sensor involved or anything. So now the parking brakes are set, and you can see immediately it's checked. That means it should also be here, parking brake set. Alright, so fuel control switches to cut off, well, you can forget about that now. Actually should have done this a little earlier, item override, that's okay. So normal next, supernumerator signs on the airspeed has been set up, V2 heading track and altitude, we have that all. Takeoff speeds, we have those also. CDO pre-flight been already completed with trimmed, takeoff and taxi briefing, we've done that as well, the beacons are on. Normal before taxi, the anti-icing is automatically recall, we can check the recall real quick. There's probably nothing going on except that the TCAS is still off, but we'll turn that on before we get onto the runway. Auto brake should be to reject the takeoff, RTO, flight controls, well, let's consider them checked, ground equipment should be clear. And then before takeoff we got flaps 5, so we can set the flaps to 5 right now. And now that we've done that, I believe we can just start going. We just turn on the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights. And we release the parking brakes, and then we'll drive straight through that aircraft that is trying to make up its mind there. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit slapstick. So parking brake released. Thank you. And let's see if we can get the sucker rolling. So, aircraft, here we are. What are we going to do? So, MSFS, I don't know, maybe it's Microsoft full simulation. So let's look away. And then you can see us actually still driving through the aircraft. Look at that. I don't know what's worse. But looks like we survived. And one more thing before we take off, probably reset the time, just to make sure that that is all in sync correctly. The time currently 0:45 UTC. That appears to be correct. As you can see, this is just taking us straight to our runway. It's a beautiful sunny morning here in Tokyo. We're taking the little panda out for a flight, what do you say? That's a cool thing with Airsoft Simple Traffic Tool. I keep saying it, but I like it so much that you have all these local airlines and stuff, you know. I don't think you can expect like a Ryanair, you know, or an EasyJet, you know, like to and from Japan. But who knows, you know, stranger things have happened. Right, man, so this is our runway, and we got All Nippon Airways landing right in front of us. It's good that we didn't scare it, not doing a go around or anything. Let's just stop here for a second, set our parking brakes, and a couple of things. Turn on the TCAS, so that warning should be gone as well. And we'll turn on our landing lights and the strobe. before takeoff flaps 5, and they are, it's green, and then there's the after takeoff checklist. It's looking all very nice. We'll also have a really quick departure briefing while we're standing here. As you already could see, it's very simple, just an RNF departure. So runway heading 223 degrees, then 600 feet, after 600 feet we'll take a left turn to Hobbs, and then to Bassa, and in our case Bassa, yeah, and then to Umugi, Piper, Sato, Imola, and then LAXAS. There's the altitudes as well, but we'll let the aircraft autopilot handle it all. So terrain 6,300, safe altitude there. Alright, so I think we're good to go. Let's check the approach side, and there is aircraft, so good that we're still holding here. Well, I guess we can, that's not a heavy, is it? No, so we can taxi into position and hold. So parking brake released. Let's get into position. Before that aircraft there beat us to it. When do you think it's going to wait? Freeze Mother Beach. Alright, cool. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, you see the aircraft wobbling. I hope this runway is okay. Sometimes these runways at certain airports in Flight Simulator, they are sort of broken. And there might be like a line coming right through. Alright. Okay, so the Japan Airlines is just deciding to totally ignore us, drive straight through us. Well, that was very emasculating, I must say. Thank you very much, Japan Airlines. And then finally it's showing us its butt as well, you know, I mean, have you no shame, really? Okay, let's just have that aircraft take off. I think everything's good to go. We got our V speeds. LNAV, ENAV, and autothrust are armed, 34,000 feet. And we can probably... no. I put it on heading select. How the hell do I get it off? Do I just click it again? But still saying heading select, so I would assume when I click LNAV. So LNAV is armed, yeah, okay, so that's not too big of a problem. We'll just do that. Just set 223. And we should be clear. Alright. And then the timer is already starting to run automatically. Then we'll just release the parking brakes. They are released, so 50% N1. And then we'll let the engines stabilize. And we'll set takeoff thrust. Auto thrust is on.
Airspeed's alive.
And let's get this baby flying. Let's take the little panda out for a spin.
80 knots.
Beautiful aircraft.
V1.
Rotate.
Okay, rotate.
V2.
A little bit
Positive
windy.
rate of climb.
Gear up. And then we'll stand by for a left turn. LNAV is now ready. Here comes the turn to the left. Actually, maybe a little bit higher there on the climb. So I'm not gonna do this, so let's just turn on the autopilot. Let that take over. Have a look outside. So there's Tokyo this morning. Been very good. So I think we're at speed constraints. Well, maybe not really. 250 knots at hops. Flaps can come up now. So let's check the after takeoff checklist. That is, landing gear is up, and then the flaps are coming now. The auto brake has already turned itself off, and we will also turn off the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights. Don't need them. The flaps are up as well, and that's now checked. And then there's our descent checklist. So for now we'll put this on comms. And let's have a little look at Japan here at Tokyo. Not sure what the transition altitude is. 14,000. So have a look at the flight deck here, see what's going on. 8,000 feet coming up. Yeah, so this is your funky sim pilot. Just getting it on. Approaching around 10,000 feet. Alright, that's enough for now. There we go, taking a beautiful little right turn. Look at that. Love this wing view, man. Nice and sharp turn. But let's get back to the flight deck here. 10,000 feet. So we can turn off the landing lights and check the altitude. I guess we can also turn off the seatbelt sign. Let's put that to auto. But I must say I was liking this little wing view, and I was also liking playing a little bit of the funky guitar. sort of derailed moderately. Just keeping going here. What we're looking at, 14,000 feet is passed, so we can now go to standard pressure. Speed 319er, aiming for 320 knots, and that's looking perfectly for Imola. That's coming up Imola. I must say I like this with the Boeing FMC. It just shows you the waypoint that you're going to, Imola and Imola. In the Airbus, you will have Imola basically sitting at the next place. So if you see this in the Airbus, it means that you're actually flying to LAXAS from Imola. And there's something to be said for that as well, right? I can imagine, like, you can see which leg am I on. Not only to which waypoint am I flying, but actually what does the aircraft say that we're coming from. That seems an intelligent thing as well, you know, to know where you're coming from rather than only where you're going, you know. But yeah, there's this APU running. We can turn that off. We do not need the APU at all now. So why not save a little bit of energy, and also maybe the lifespan of the APU. So Japan also has a nipple, just like Seattle. And I know a girl, a friend of mine, and she oh wait, no, she did not move to Japan, but she's from Seattle. So yeah, there's the Seattle nipple. They have one in Japan as well. There's a couple. But so do most mammals, so. So, I do want to see now if there is an auto climb, yes or no. I believe there is. So I guess maybe on the simulation, correct, localized course, realistic AP, blah blah blah, show no, frame, high advanced layer, no, that's okay. So what we're looking for is auto step climb, yes or no. And knowing my brain, sometimes I may have passed it like a couple of times. Performance, at least, actually, this is just performance, so let's not do that. And then we have aircraft equipment displays and failures. Let's start here with displays. Actually, first have a little sip of the iced tea. You've got to stay lubricated. Angle of attack indicator, actually I think I would like that. But is that not the angle of attack indicator? It's on the primary flight display. Oh, that's that thing there. No, I don't think I want it. Okay, so what's next? So it's not on the display. And equipment maybe. Start at the back. I don't know, it almost looks as if it is not in the options, but since it's text-based and this kind of format, my eyes just go really crazy sometimes. No clue. And anything else? Equipment in place will probably almost fails. But I give up. Alright, so the time en route is now 12 minutes. We're at 25,000 feet. And one super cool and interesting feature of the 777, the freighter variant, oh, why don't you open, man? Oh, come on, man, don't leave me hanging. There you go. I love it. The little sound, it feels like cozy, you know? Sort of like, I don't know, feels cozy. Very homey, cozy, love it. Little hallway, and then here's the galley, which then has room for like 6 people to sit, strap themselves in. Actually, let's see, 6. Yeah, there should be 6. So we have another cargo in here. Okay, let's get ourselves back onto the flight deck now. 28,000. So yeah, this is 320, flight of 320, and then let's see if it goes up at some point to 340. There you go. And then eventually even 360. So let's dial that in immediately. And then start descending. Okay. Right, cool. We're still not sure if it has an auto step climb. It looks like sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So I must be missing some important information there, linking it all, linking my experience to reality. But there it is. Alright, so let's check the weather for our arrival. And I believe that is ATC, no, flight information, ATC request. And you just type in the airports right here, and this Arkady Whiskey, India. Just double check, right, if I'm not crazy. Whiskey, India. And we'll just take PMDG, and we'll also do auto, and we'll put it in there. And we set. So this will get us automated weather reports all throughout the flight. Sometimes there may be 1 hour lead, sometimes you might have 2 in 1 hour. We'll see. Okay, so in terms of planning and predictions, let's see the progress page. So we are expected to arrive at 0832 Zulu. That's in about 7 hours and 20 minutes or so. And to top of climb is 6 nautical miles, so we're almost at 320. It's interesting because actually we will climb a little bit higher later. I'm curious what's going to happen now. It should stop at 320 because that's the first constraint that it's encountering here on the flight plan, basically. And that is our first weather report. some new messages. So information Alpha at 0030. Yeah, so that is probably every hour. Unless in a couple of minutes we'll get to one from 0100 hours, that could still be, or 0100 hours. So currently, sea surface wind 120 degrees 3 knots, so that's nothing, not a lot. Visibility 4,000 meters, clouds scattered at 2,000 feet, temperature 27, dew point 25, QNH 1010. Yeah, so these weather conditions, scattered 2,000 feet. Yeah, we'll see. Temperature 27, it's probably quite humid. The dew point 25, but it's not my strongest point, I must say. Right, so the aircraft is now leveling off, holding altitude at flight level 320. Still on VNAV path, LNAV speed, AP is on. The engines are now going to cruise mode, so it's pulling down a little bit, as they do not have to work as hard to maintain the speed. We're no longer climbing. The fuel quantity 67.0. We got 6.3 thousand kilograms in the center fuel tanks. Now our rate of burning the fuel, as we go to the engine page, we should be able to see that fuel flow 4.7 and 4.7. So that is basically let's say 9,000 kilograms of fuel per hour, and this is like 6,000. So it should be like I don't know, like 40 minutes of fuel, and then like 40 minutes of burning fuel, and then we will have emptied out, exhausted the center fuel tanks, and then we'll turn off the center fuel pumps there as well. We'll not be needing those anymore. But for now, we'll keep them burning. We're at 19 minutes into the flight, and we're at our cruising altitude. For now, at least, we'll step up higher. In a little bit I will double check again to see if I can find the option. So this is good news. It means that they have 30-minute updates, and the time being just turning 1:12. It means probably the weather report was issued at 1, and then we receive it at 1:12. We always get it a little bit later in the simulator. So if we go to our com page, we can have a look. That's good news, and at least we'll have, there you go, Bravo was issued at 0100 hours. Surface wind 140 degrees, 3 knots still, visibility 4,000, scattered still at 2,000, temperature 7, dew point 26. It's getting nice and humid, I would think. QNH 1010, there you go, so we can cancel that, and this will just keep on providing us updates every 30 minutes, so it's pretty nice. So it will be a while until we actually start to climb even further. We're now stuck at flight level 320, and I believe when you go to the, let's see what is it in this aircraft, this is the VNAV page. Yeah, there you go, on the VNAV page you can see what the what's the optimum flight level for your current weight and everything. So flight level 310, well we're at 320, so that's quite close. The maximum that we can achieve now is flight level 340, and the recommended is 320. And but these numbers will gradually change, you know, while we keep on burning fuel. The aircraft will be lighter, and therefore allowing us to cruise at a higher altitude. So for now, we're in a good position. So back to the LAX page. Let's enjoy a little bit of the window view, and I'll just go ahead to the little boy's office, and I'll be back within 2 shakes of a lamp step. said that maybe that was a little bit more than 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. It was more like 27 shakes of a donkey's ear. Let's see. We're still flying. No big surprises. Do have a bit of a headwind there, 81 knots. And we can do a couple of things. We can download our descent forecast. And we can also have a look at the arrival. And we can then set up a secondary flight plan as well, to see in case the weather changes in a bunch of 7 hours or so. So, let's see. I do like the little logo. Let's have a look at that plan a little bit later. So what we're going to do, we can create a secondary flight plan. I did not want to do that. I already forgot. So let me quickly get to the galley as well and get a refreshment. Alright. Okay, so let's get our winds. Let's see, leg stage VNAV. Forecast. Load it up. Request. Currently the wind was 140 degrees. If we look, let's check the second, the FMC2. Runway 07 right. Let's look at the airport. So this is Jakarta, Indonesia, Soekarno Hatta Airport. The runway 07 right, that's this one. Yeah, so it's either landing towards the east or towards the west. So 140 would be, let's see, I don't know, 90, yeah, so sort of from this angle, so that should be okay. So for now we can keep this, so we can make our secondary flight plan for the opposite runway perhaps. And let's also pull up the chart for 07 right. Let me just double check if it was right. Yeah, 07 right. I was right, it was right. So approach, get rid of the ILS DME there. Runway 07 right, ILS will localizer. So we put a little pin next to it and it will remain here. We have it for easy access. So we got the initial fix code tab. And in our case, yeah, we'll have a look at our arrival then as well. This is our arrival chart, and we had the AMBOY to Foxtrot. So that's coming from here, taking us to Luvac, to Emsen, to Dakar, Yeah, so that looks okay. And that will take you to all pass. And then all pass is actually this one. We already have it in this is looking perfect. So if you now look at the plan page, and here's a really cool feature of the 777. You can put the nav page right there. It might only listen to the FMC1. I'm not really sure. Let's try on this one, LAX page. And that's not working. So I think it works with, yeah, it works with FMC1, I think. So let's use FMC1. We finished this off now, so we got the descent forecast, and they're loaded in already, so that's good. So now if we go to the LAX page, oh, I see why. Wait, let's just put this at a random thing, like, where were we? Let's say VNAV, and then, I'm sorry about the camera angles here. So we put this to plan. So now can we use this page or not? No, we cannot. Or can we? NADAR, no. And then we use this one, and there it says center is NADAR. So I'm not sure if you can set this up, but it is how it is. So NADAR, so let's just go previous page. I probably need to zoom out a little bit more. So top of descent there, right before Dandy, Borpo, Luvax, Amsen, there you go, Dakar. And there is a discontinuity there that we can just simply amend, zoom in a little bit more. There you can see it. From Dakar it will take us to Olpas, and then from Olpas it should take us to Kotap. But they're not hooked up. But looking at this, we can easily do that. So Kotap will go there, execute, and they are now lined up or connected to join. Yeah, you know. Then let's also set the fix. Let's use the fix page. So runway 07 right, and go to fix and put it in there. So there's a little fix now around our runway, as you can see, the green circle. Now we want to know a couple of things. So we refer to the ILS approach, the ILS chart. So 4,000 feet Kotap, the initial fix, and then 9.3 nautical miles from India Charlie Hotel Romeo. That's the ILS DME, that's the runway identifier. So distance is 9.3. Oh, hello, AeroQuest. No, I'm not on VATSIM request. Well, I'm just on positivity. But I do like VATSIM. Every now and then I do go on VATSIM. Do you fly on VATSIM yourself? Let's see, so 9.3, and yeah, so let's set the fix there. So we also need the reciprocal heading. So we got 068 degrees. Fly VATSIM yourself, that's so cool. You have over 460 hours, like on VATSIM or like in the flight simulator. But that's a good number in any case. It's nice to make hours, isn't it? I believe I have like almost 1,100 flying hours in the flight simulator. Not sure what I have on VATSIM. I don't know if you can check. So what's the reciprocal for our runway 07 flight? That would be 247. So just put in 247, and then just forward slash. And I don't think it'll take decimal 5 either. So let's see, 247. No, it says invalid. That's a little bit of a shame. So then we'll just use 10 nautical miles. There you go. So at least we have some visual reference here. So that always helps. And let's maybe also push it further to 15 nautical miles, so 247 at 15. But nice of you to say hi, request. I appreciate a lot. So yeah, let me know. Can you actually? Is it possible that you check your flight hours on Websim? That would actually be a really cool feature, you know. Let's see. So yeah, this is looking good, I guess. So we can keep this approach. So this basically will be our approach, right? But we have no clue what the weather will do in about like 6 or 7 hours, or 6 or 6.5 hours, whatever. So the weather could change. We could face ourselves in a situation where we actually get to land in the opposite direction. And in that case, this puts in 25 left. Let's see how we're going to do that. I've done this a couple of times, trying to sort of make it part of my routine, just to expand my knowledge and my procedures a little bit. And we go route, active route 1, so you click route 2 to get to the blue version, if you will. And before we do that, this is not working as I wanted to. Let's see, route copy, there you go. So we copy the entire route, that's been completed. Now we go to route 2, and there we have the entire route as well. We do not click activate, so we do not want to activate it, okay? But we could at least set the different runway for landing here. Now, I'm not sure if you go to the LAX page. Yeah, there you go. This is all now the blue plan, basically. So that's pretty nice, because it means that we can, if we go to departure arrival, we also get a breakdown between route 1 and route 2. And so we could select ILS 25 left in case the wind changes. Now, I'm not sure. Can we then use the same? No, we would then need a different arrival as well. So we check procedures, arrival, and then we filter for our runway. And that would in that case be runway 25 left. So I guess, let's see, AMBOY. So I guess the Eguco would suffice. So it would be Eguco 2 Golf. Transition object. I have no clue. So let's do it without the transition. I don't think we'll need the transition there. And yeah, that's an interesting thing. You do not have to select execute. It'll just change it like real time, if you will. If you go to the LAX page and we go use the step setting, MAYON tap up, TAXON, so go keep, ENDAX dealers. This is going to take too long. Let's just go the other direction here. There you go. And now we zoom out a little bit. So this is the actual route. Route 2 here in blue. So this is looking quite messy. Let's go a little bit further. So we got Opgag and Uxel. Let's see how does this work. Eguco. Maybe we zoom in a little bit more. Opgag Uxel. I think that's the same deal. If we go to the charts, and we could for instance also get the chart 25 left. Let's just put a pin in that one as well. Just be very careful not to enter the wrong information later. Wasn't there like an option that I could write on the chart? Yeah, there you go. So clear annotations, yes. And then we'll just do that again, and we'll say, oops. No. Just to remind us that we do not need this chart. What do you think? You know? there. Just disable the hell out of it. Yeah, because I'm afraid you accidentally use the wrong chart. Okay. Actually, let's go back to the chart. I didn't want to close it. And so let's see. So in this case, it will be object to Uxel. Yeah, so object is right there at the end, basically of a different arrival. So it's looking perfectly fine. There's no problem. I don't see any problem with that. So we can just hook those two up, join them. So Uxel can go to object. They can hug. And they're now connected. So this could be a secondary, you know, a backup flight plane or a backup approach, if you will. So we'll just leave this as it is now. I don't think when you go to the fix page, the fixes are just for the navigational display and not for the flight plan. So we'll just leave the fixes in for the original flight plan. I guess that's a good rule of thumb as well. But then at least, we have the information there. So if we now go route 1, legs, then at least we're back to our original routes. So if we now click anything, it should be fine. So the only difference now, when we go to Navigraph, we disabled a couple of things, just to be sure that we do not use the wrong charts. Otherwise, another option is you just click it here and you unpin it, and it will just remove from the bottom there. You know, that's also an option. I'm interested to see now if we pull that chart again. Probably has cleared the annotations. No, it hasn't. Oh, that's pretty cool. So I can leave messages to my future self, maybe in here. Like, bitch, be cool. That's interesting. Or maybe it just expires after a certain amount of time, or after you log out or whatever. But that's all okay. So cool. We've got things set up a little bit now. Very, very, very in advance, of course. And then also if you look at the area, let's go world map, or maybe actually satellite. It looks nice and green, you know. So I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be like. And no matter what runway we'll use, it will be pretty, no doubt. Looks like a very nice area there. And this is so cool. Look at that. Nice. Alright. Let's not use satellite for too long, just put it back on world map. Alright, pretty nice. So it's time for a little sip of the iced tea. So we got our descent width, and we also have our we set up the fix and the arrival, at least the planning, not the actual numbers and everything, but that will be done automatically anyway. So let's go back to map view. So we do definitely have some weather here around us. Let's see if there's any, where is the weather here? Sweet. So nothing too much going on. So let's have a look at our Panda. I've never seen this livery before. Well, only in the preview basically, you know. Yeah, so I think I'm liking this. Federal Express. So that is one flying and high Super Panda. Bella Sky, FedEx Panda Express to Parc de Beauval. That's so pretty cool. Little FedEx plane. Hopefully it will get us there in one piece. So as I said earlier, we tried a long haul flight yesterday, and then when I went AFK, we basically simulated sort of like frozen, like in pause mode. So it was still in the same place, but it was using fuel and everything. It was a little bit weird, some sort of glitch. So the anti-ice system should be on auto. So wing is on auto, and the left engine, the right engine. So I guess we're safe. Because yeah. Pretty much engulfed here in clouds right now. But I'm thinking this is probably still the best altitude at the moment. Let's go VNAV max 342, that is increased by 2,000 feet. And recommended still flight level 320. Obviously it's not necessarily based on the weather rather than your weight. But we do have the weather radar on, so if there's any significant weather ahead of us, we should be able to see that coming.
I'm guessing the pilot is still funky. But outside, everything still appears to be there. So that was very nice of a request to come and say hi. It's always nice to have a little bit of engagement. But 320, everything going pretty nice. So there's a call message. I'm guessing we'll have a new weather update. Yeah. So go back to the com page. There it is, add new messages. Weather report C for Charlie. Information C at 130 Zulu, surface wind 140 degrees 4 knots. So the moment the wind will change, we can use our secondary flight plan basically. We just land the opposite direction. Surface wind 140, 4 knots, visibility 4,500, clouds scattered at 2,000, temperature 38, 2.26, and still 1010. Alright. Up next, BUBDO, 5 miles, and then TAXON, that's about 80 miles, as you can see. Or is this the entire route C? And 91 miles from our current position. So what we could do maybe, we turn on weather on this side as well, pilot monitoring. But then this navigation display might be zoomed in a little bit more locally, you know, like let's say 40 nautical miles. Let's also have a look at the runway, or the airport chart I should say. There's all posts, there is Jakarta, Soekarno, Hatta, International Airport. Landing 07 lights. As we vacate to the left, probably Sierra 3 or Sierra 2. We got a bunch of terminals here. Not sure where do the cargo jets go. That looks a little bit cargo-y to me. So if we were to go there, we would, let's see, yes, we just land, get off the runway. Let's say Sierra 3 or something. Then we just get on, what are these names? Sierra Papa 2, Sierra Papa 1. So Sierra Papa 2, for instance. Just follow that sucker all the way down. And then we'll take a right turn to Whiskey Charlie 2 and take a left on Sierra Papa 1. Maybe we go Sierra Papa 1 immediately. I'm not sure what the procedures will be. And well then, here there's lots of room for us. So that's in case we land on runway 07 lights. And you know, as I said, the weather could still change. It's still like 6 hours or something, so a lot can happen. So fuel quantity 1.1. So we'll just keep those engines. We'll keep the
fuel pump is going there until we have depleted that center tanks. Load from another. That's quite interesting. So you can load the aircraft configuration of another PMDG 777F. I believe I may have flown that one. I think that's your Turkish Airlines, the Turkish cargo. But the other ones, I must say, I do not immediately recognize. Well, I'm not sure if I should be using that. But it's nice, and I didn't know you could do that. It's pretty cool. GPWS. So we could test this maybe. We got the whaler for autopilot disconnect and the disconnect scheme 2 presses. So this will be very useful on approach, on final approach, when you want to disconnect the autopilot. Because in some aircraft I will have to use the controller to disconnect the autopilot and then to move my other hand quickly to the mouse to turn off the master alarm. So let's see if we press the controller key once, disengage, there it goes, and then it's off. And then press it once again to re-engage the autopilot. So autopilot off. Mute it. I'll turn it on again. Right, cool. That's what I like. The other option is siren. Autopilot off. Okay, autopilot engaged. I don't like that. I like the whaler a lot better. And the autopilot disconnect scheme 2 presses, which is now 2 presses unsilenced. What the hell does that mean? So you do not silence it, or so it's not sure if I detect what the difference is. Autopilot on. 1 press. Okay, so autopilot is off. Autopilot on. I must say I like the double press. Part of me is just used to it, but at the same time it's also, it feels like, you know, you're certain you want to do this, you know, you have a little panic button going on. Okay, AP engaged, AP, speed LNAV VNAV path, fuel low on the center tanks, 0.5. It could stay there at 0.1 at some point. But for now, I'm gonna get to the galley. Get myself a new refreshing drink. Look at the left window for a bit. So, and then I'll be back within 5 shakes of a donkey's ear.
Now when I got back, I heard a little clicking sound. Sure, let's see what's going on. Fuel pump sensors right and left. Yeah, so it's 0.1 as I said. It will stay at 0.1. It's very on OCD friendly. So center fuel pumps, they can be turned off. And that gets rid of the message. Check the vehicle as well. Nothing going on. Get a new weather report 7 plus 11 minutes basically. Auto LNAV on go around, actually I think I would like that, let's just enable that. Okay, so turning now at TAXON. Oh, do we have a little bit of turbulence going on, maybe? Think so. These are the display settings. Primary flight display, this one for the navigational display. So I'm not expecting to find the auto step climb enable option here. I have seen it on this aircraft, so why can I not find it this time? I'm not sure. I would assume it will be under simulation. Something that you simulate. These are some call-outs for the top of this other step climb, so I looked over it because of this line here. Okay, top step climb should be enabled. So let's put this back on VNAV. Step 2 flight level 340 is planned for 320 Zulu, that's 681 nautical miles. The maximum flight level now 344, was starting out at 340. And do we have the top of descent? Probably a little early. But that's okay, let's actually keep this on the VNAV. So the progress page will tell us we will arrive at 8:34 Zulu. That's 6.5 more hours. So in about 6 hours we'll have the top of descent basically. So I will probably be back in about 5 or 5.5 hours, something like that. And then curiosity weather will be weather changed, and we'll need to use the other runway. In that case, we'll just use the second route. And that will take us to runway 25 left. Well, let's go back to route 1. Yeah, so just, when I get back, we'll have a look at, we can see the entire history of the weather, like 2 weather reports every hour. Alright. So up next is Mach 9, 143 nautical miles. So it's about 17 minutes from now. So ground speed 493 knots. If you were to draw a line straight down from the aircraft over the surface, or like a laser pointer or whatever, then you would measure the speed of the laser pointer over the surface, and you'll get your ground speed. And it's interesting, like when you think in terms of actual space flight, the speed also gets at some point, once you're aiming for an orbit around the planet, you're actually thinking in relative speed terms. So when you then, for instance, when you're actually standing still at the runway before taking off, let's say you could take off from a runway, then you would already have like a ground speed of like I don't know, it would be like 1600 kilometers per hour, I believe. Not really sure what it would be up like. It depends on where you are. And yeah, because of the Earth that's rotating, and all of a sudden that is already, compared to the surroundings, which is the universe, is already a speed, it's not standing still in an environment where everything else is moving as well. So that's obviously different than, atmospheric flying, which we're doing right now. But don't worry, I do not plan to take this aircraft into space anytime soon. So we should be fine here at 32,000 feet until we can start climbing. And how far was it again until the 340? That would be at 320 soon. So by that time, I hope to be taking a nice little beauty sleep. So yeah, be warned with these long hauls. This might become a very understimulating experience if you're going to sit through the entire thing. And like I always say, if you enjoy some voice and some aircraft noise, this might be perfect for you. Yeah, so we might be, I don't know, transporting some anime merchandise from Japan, some high-end cosmetics, some laptops, like electronics, laptops, circuit boards, cameras, maybe some medical supplies, diagnostic machines, masks, vaccines, all sorts of things. Not sure. In this case, I don't know, FedEx, I don't know who hired them. So let's just stick to consumer goods and some electronics. I wonder if are you allowed to turn off the cross feed? We get like an amber warning here. Like, hey man, don't do that. So far it looks like it's okay with it. Yeah, so it looks like it's perfectly fine with us. So the cross feed forward and aft. So I have turned that off. So let me see what I can find. Okay, so let's see the crossfeed. Can I get back to the simulator, please? Uh-oh. Still flying. But time still okay. 205 Zulu. It's actually 206. Okay, so the crossfeed forward and aft. You turn it on before engine starts. It's not required for normal operation, sometimes used in asymmetrical load conditions. During cruise, if using center tank fuel. Okay, so we're no longer using center tank fuel. If fuel is coming from the center tank, you turn on the crossfeed so both engines can draw from it. Usually at or after that outfit with fuel pumps. The center tanks are on. If there's an imbalance between left and right main tanks during flight, then you would always turn it on. When to turn it off? You turn off the crossfeed after the center tank runs dry, so just what we did earlier. And you're back to using the main tanks, left and right. It prevents one side from draining both tanks and causing imbalance. Really? After landing, you turn them off as well. Standard SOP crossfeed is off during taxi and shut down unless needed. Okay. I did not know. Now I do. Check the time and it's still okay here. I think so. Yeah, so we can leave those crossfeed off now. And it looks like the fuel is properly distributed. Where did I have it? Where was our fuel? Now actually we see total fuel. Let's just see what is going on. It's not because we selected engine or something, no. That's interesting. So if we turn on the crossfeed, and then it gives us the fuel quantity.
But I would like to always see the fuel quantity. Now, I guess we could also select the fuel page. So I guess that's an option, and you just turn off the crossfeed up here. But I must say I'm quite used to actually looking here. So this is now displaying the total fuel. Could have a look maybe if there's an option for that in the FNC menu, PMDG setup, and then I would assume you look for it under displays. Not sure. Options, simulation maybe. I don't think so. So the time is still 11, so in about 1 minute we'll see a calm message, then we'll hear a little warning sound, and we'll get our next weather report. It is not very needed at the moment, but it is still interesting, I think, to monitor and see if we can, I don't know, see what the weather will be like, see if it looks like we can see some trend, might it be changing, you know, all of that. I'm liking these things, man. So that is our weather report. Solid pink, calm, yes, so then new messages. There you go, Delta. Information Delta. Surface wind 180 degrees, 2 knots. Visibility 6,000, clouds scattered at 2,000 feet, temperature 29, dew point 25, QNH 1010. So yeah, surface wind 180.
So that is definitely changing. And if we were to land right now with the wind is 180, I think it would be best to land 25 left. So I guess it's good that we are prepared for both runways.
you go. Constable mechanic, 2 cars with us as well. And for the rest, it's basically just electronics and some anime stuff like some consumer goods. So Sapco and 100 miles. Let's have a look at our little panda outside. Chewing on their lunch. But still no significant weather. We do see that the weather at our destination will actually be wind 180, so we might have to use our secondary approach plan basically. We set it up on the route 2 legs. So there we have runway 25 left. Yeah, there we go, 25 left. But for now we're scheduled for 07 right, the opposite direction. But we'll have to see, we'll have a look at what the weather is going to do. Still like 6 hours or so until we start descending, so it's still a ways to go. And I believe the progress page, let's see, it's still staying 2-step climb. So let's go back here. And we'll see what other sounds my guitar like to do today.
but it's still funky. Well, sometimes. And sometimes in a melancholical mood and what have you. So we're at the little chilling area. Here you can perform little dance moves if you want. And you can practice your dance moves while on long-haul flights. Usually we would use actually space here, the cargo area, but at the moment it is quite full with computers, laptops and all that, and there's those 2 cars in the back. I don't know, these cars these days, they cannot even generate pictures, you know. And then there's this, one of the most cool features of the entire aircraft. I can still not get over it. It is this. Oh, super nice. It goes well in line actually, it sits well in line with the pen down here. So if you're a little bit obsessive, you can keep on clicking this on a very long haul flight. You can keep on clicking it and just knock yourself out. And the same goes with this one. You can just open and close it, it will sound nice. I love the sound of it, listen to that. It's so homey. It's just so, it's like cozy. So I like to keep it open for now. Let's get back into our seats. So we drained the center fuel tank. So we're now at the only left and the right side of the aircraft. So what was the fuel? Cannot read it. That should be the fuel. So it's still sitting there at 0.1, but we were not able to get that out. I've seen this happen before. I don't know why that is, but apparently it doesn't look like you can drain it like completely for some reason. So yeah, we're sitting there with 100 kilograms extra of fuel. So 28,000 kilograms on both sides. So we're still pretty heavy. Look at that, 65,000 kilograms of fuel that we're carrying with us. And I believe we started out with 75 or something, which is basically the weight of the Boeing 737. So that's a lot of fuel. That's very heavy that we are carrying with this aircraft. But yeah, we're burning a lot as well. And progress page, by the time we land at Jakarta, we should be at 12.8 thousand kilograms remaining in the tanks. Well, that should be enough for us. I believe the final reserves were like 7 or 8 thousand kilograms or something. So this is well within safety limits, so that's very good. So in another 3 minutes, new weather report will come up, but as usual, we'll get it like 12 minutes later. We're now 1 hour 34 minutes into the flight. We're scanning ahead for the weather. This primary flight is, sorry, this navigation display on my side is basically zoomed to the max, or zoomed out the fuel. So there's the step climb actually coming up. And then the pilot monitoring, also the weather radar on. But it's zoomed to like 40 miles. So we could see weather coming, you know, when it's close we could actually see if we're left or right. And here we just get more of a global overview, but it looks very clear. So nothing to worry about there. We're flying from, I believe it was also from Tokyo to Honolulu. Then we actually had to go around some weather. I was using the weather system basically pretty much for the sort of the first time. And there was this huge red blob in front of us. And then when you zoomed in, you could sort of, you know, go through the eye of the needle. So we sort of did that. So we took like a lateral deviation. So we turned right and then a little bit left and right and all that. Yeah, just to sort of get through the weather. And that worked out fine. But obviously at some point I will have to retreat and do a little retire and do a little beauty sleep. And then I'll just leave the aircraft running. And then I'll get back in time for the top of descent. And then we'll check the final weather as well. Actually now enjoying a bit of a tailwind, as you can see. 0.835 Mach, 0.835, 320. So the step climb coming up right there at these coordinates, 1720 north, 1340 east. That's, yeah, getting closer as well. So maybe I'll just at least stick around to see if that will happen. Because I'm hoping it will climb automatically. We've set
36,000 feet there in the window. You can see that here, it confirms as well. We're following VNAV path, so it should mean that it actually is going to climb on its own. And we could see here that it has the auto climb enabled. I'm just not sure if I'm doing it correctly, if I know precisely what the requirements are or what the setup for achieving that is. I would assume what we're doing now, we're demanding lateral navigation and vertical navigation, so in this case it's the vertical navigation bit that's what matters, right? So yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to do it automatically, yes or no, but we'll see. We do have a target, it's basically the same as when you go down, right? When you go down and you set, let's say, 2,000 feet, and it will follow all the waypoints, but it will still keep the restrictions or the constraints, so I'm guessing this is the way up. It's not any different. The thing is, sometimes it doesn't appear to do it, and therefore I'm not really quite 100% certain if I'm doing this correctly, if I'm setting it up correctly. I know I'm super close in any case, you know, and sometimes it does seem to climb, so it's just a sign that I'm not quite sure what I'm doing right there. But, you know, I get this from A to B, no worries, and we'll always touch down, you know, whether we'll survive it or not. We're banking a little bit here for our next waypoint. So the step climb is at 318 Zulu. Well, that's still 45 minutes. Don't know if I'll be, if I'll still be awake then. So the weather report, we'll get that in about 10 minutes. So yeah, the little chilling area on the back, I really like that as well. And one thing I would totally love is if they actually make like a little bed, you know, because sort of a role play, you can just go lie in your bed, and just sleep. Now I believe this is actually functional. So the main deck cargo doors, that's this one right here under the D&D, if I see this correctly, and I'm not sure, it's the one here on the left in front of the engine. So up here that's not interactive, this is, this phone is not. And then they also have some information here that when you actually have to go in there, you must carry portable oxygen bottle with a full face mask when you enter the cargo compartment. And these are all just eye candies, but looking nice nonetheless, you know. And then here's your little kitchen, so you can go make lasagna here and make some nice salads, you know. It's like full of refrigerator as well. That would seem nice, right? Like on these long haul flights, you just go to the back, you just start cooking a meal for 3.5 hours, you know. And every now and then you just walk back, like, oh, let's see if we're still flying. The tomato was rolling off of the shelf there, so let's see. Everything is still okay, you know, just have a look. Right, so AP's on speed, LNAV and VNAV path. Yes, hopefully the aircraft will do an auto climb then. Step climb, that would be really cool. It would be very friendly. Well, up next in about 7, 8 or 9 minutes will be the new weather report. After that I'll probably just go and get my little beauty sleep for a couple of hours. Just to see what the weather will do. The wind has changed a little bit. We are originally scheduled to land at 07 bites, and then we had a wind of 140 degrees. But now the wind is actually 180. So if we are to land now, we actually would prefer runway 25 left to have at least something of a headwind, you know. Although the wind speed is like 2 knots or 3 knots, so in that sense, it's, you know, it's nothing too crazy actually. But nonetheless, it's interesting to keep on monitoring, yeah, the trend, you know, see what's going on with the weather. For that purpose, we did make the secondary flight plan as well for runway 25 left, which also gives us a different approach or arrival, I should say. And actually it's a loaded arrival in as well here. So we have the 2 runways. We disabled discharge just in case we, you know, we actually go to land with the original one. So just to be sure there. And on the arrival, let's see if we go airport, the star charts. I'm not really sure about the arrival then. Let's go route number 2, arrival. Look at the Iguk 2 Golf. Iguko with 2 Echo. Two Golf, that's this one, so let's put the pin in that one. So we pin it there to the bottom. So from Iguko to Aldun, and that would be would go object, yeah, the object we already had there. And we already also joined these two next waypoints. So if you go to the approach chart, final approach, so object should be there, I believe, as well. So there's object, the initial approach fix, and we already connected those, so that should be okay. So in case we need it, we have the information. For now, let's just get rid of those, and let's make sure we are on the correct LAXAS, not on the blue one. So if you go to route 1, which is the one that's actually running. So step climb coming up, so it's at about 160 miles or so. Even further, 344. Oh, so it's a maximum, yeah, so this is 320, there you go. Alright, so now standing by basically for a couple of minutes and we'll get the latest weather. So in the meantime, let's enjoy a little bit of the guitar. My bad. This is like the dark little cousin of the other song, and it's this one. This is the light version. That's enough of that, man. Yeah, sort of a little chilling area. Let's get back here. Time 2:39. See if this is actually still in sync with the real world. Looks like it. The weather reports will be here in about 2 minutes. And after that, I'll
retire and leave the airplane on autopilot. And hopefully this step climb will be done automatically. But we'll see. Let's put this on the com page now, because we can expect the weather report any moment now. 2:39. And it could be that the wind is even changing further, although you know the direction is changing, but the wind speed is not very much. We can see review, and these are the weather reports that we received. So it was 120, 140, 140, 180. The wind's definitely changing direction. Then it started out at 3 knots of wind speed. Oh, come on, man. And then now we're looking at 2 knots. And then at 180, so could really still do landing on 07 light with this kind of wind, but yeah, if we can do the other direction, that would have my preference. So the time is definitely getting closer now. 1 or 2 minutes, and we'll get our latest weather. So it would be nice if there were an aircraft, instead of a front wheel you have like buck teeth, you know? And then maybe like they could shape the engines to look like bunny ears. I don't know why, it's not like I have any kind of airplane fetish, you know? Just one of those things that would be funny. You know, for instance, it would not be fun if the aircraft like had like a big Ferris wheel, you know, like stuck through it. I mean, who the hell needs that shit, you know? Yeah, you see them fly sometimes. You see these aircraft land with this big ferry wheel attached to it, you know. You're like, how the hell who do you think you are, you know? I don't think that's really. It's a poor engineering is all, you know. All right, so what's going on here? Okay, so it's 42, so the weather report should be coming in a couple of seconds. But there will be plenty before we actually start descending. There's our weather report from new messages, so we got information echo. Surface wind is now 110 degrees, so we're back to 07 light fuel, only at 3 knots, variable from 070 to 140, visibility 8 kilometers, fuel clouds at 2,000 feet, temperature 30 degrees, 2.25, and QNH still 1010. So the wind has changed back a little bit, and so there you see sort of the wind is trying to make up its mind. So I can join mankind on that. So since we do not have the top of descent list here yet, just for us to sort of calculate, usually it's about 30 minutes before you touch down. But yeah, it will always take a little while, like we're not at the step altitude yet, you know, and we're still far out. Go progress page, let's see. 8:32 is our current estimated time of arrival, so that means that around 8, let's be safe, let's say 7:45 will be the top of descent. I'll be back at 6:45. So that should give us plenty of time. And we've set up a lot of things already. We've set up for 07 right. Let's go to the nav page here in the middle, which is super convenient. Look at that. If we go to our plan view, we can have a look at that. So we already have a couple of fixes.
they do not apply to the flight plan, they actually apply to the navigational display itself. So if you now change the flight plan, for instance, to flight plan number 2, route 2, so these will still be around 07 bytes and not around 25 left. It's the same runway, but I'm not sure about the position on the airport. I would imagine they have different ILS, so different positions, different hardware. So yeah, but yeah, so we're set up currently for the 07 light. Let's put this back on the com page, or maybe when we go escape on the fuel page. Right, we'll put the navigational display back to the map view. Map view Broderick. As we're talking about Paris wheels. So, Keith coming up. You know Keith Richards, Rolling Stones. He said once, I never had any problems with drugs, but I did have problems with the police. I think that's an interesting quote. So the weather radar is on both sides. So we've zoomed this one totally out. And that one is zoomed in a little bit so we can sort of see local weather. Just at the moment that we get back. But, you know, when we're AFK, anything kind of will happen. So hopefully we'll make it to the other side. Tried this yesterday with a different aircraft and a different route. And I went AFK and the aircraft basically just froze in the air as if you were using the active pause, you know. I could maybe see one day, maybe there's like a keyboard shortcut that I accidentally hit, I don't know. It didn't look like it was paused really. I think it has something to do with L-tabbing, multitasking the window. So I really think actually there's something to do with that. Because sometimes when I do this, I come back to the simulator and I have to like click a couple of times to get the window activated again, you know. And that's, fortunately, that's not always, but it is sometimes. So I think just if it's random, that's what happens, you know. And speaking of which, let me close a couple of windows actually. Alright, so just to recap, also for myself, for my planning, the time is 2:47 Zulu. We will expect to arrive 8:32, so usually, let's say 8 would be the top of descent. Let's make that 7:45, so I'll be try to be back at 6:45 Zulu, which is at about 4 hours. That's a little bit of sleep, but that's more than enough in the weekend. I can just take it easy, and that's precisely what we're doing, and have a little fun with the Airbus, with the Boeing 777. Still enjoying a little bit of a tailwind there. 14 knots is not too much, but anything is welcome, I guess. Climb 317, that's still like 35 minutes or so, 30 minutes. We'll see, by that time I hope to be a little bit more beautiful, but especially, but for sure in about 4 hours. So let's find a little view for being AFK. And I think that will be the one. Now, it could be nice if there was like a little window that we could see where we're flying. But on these very long flights, you know, you get these very long, elongated shapes, just collaterals up, and that's basically, it will become quite a challenge to see where the hell it is you're flying, right? Well, if you keep it like this, you'll be okay. I'll put it nicely in the corner there somewhere. So you just put in the top right, top left corner. Alright, man. So, be warned, if you're going to sit through the entire thing, you will be extremely understimulated. Thank you very much for checking, and when I get back, we'll check the weather, and we'll prepare for landing either runway 07 right or runway 25 left, and we'll make it work. And then I'll try to record the landing, and then publish a little landing video, which I've been doing for the last couple of landings, which is very fun to do. So we're hoping for a good landing in the Boeing 777F, which is a little bit more of a challenge to me than the MD-11, which seems to be flying itself. Totally been loving that airplane a lot. But the 777 is a very, very convenient aircraft to fly in, I must say. But the landing is a little bit different, so that's sometimes a little bit of a challenge, but we'll see how I manage after 4 hours of sleep. So again, thank you for checking, stay funky, and I'll see you when I get back. Bye-bye.
Alright. Here you are again. Just had a nice little beauty sleep. Now, let's see what's going on inside. I think we turned off the autopilot for some reason here. IP is on, speed belt has enough pad. Couple of come up right there, still at 32,000. So I'm thinking maybe we can actually climb to flight level 360 now, because it looks like it doesn't climb itself. So let's just give that a shot. Go flight level change for a little bit. And then we'll actually start descending. Let's see. That's not quite showing. Right. Alright, we are again. Let's see what we're looking at. We're now 36,000 feet. Let's turn on VNAV again. So probably stand. We get it steady at some point, hopefully. So estimate time of arrival now 8:21 Zulu. It's about 90 minutes or so. So we do still have some time. So we're now at basically at the final our cruising altitude. The aircraft did not perform a step wipe on its own. So outcome in 140 nautical miles, 69, 30, 93, 94, so we're good here at 360, at least we'll burn a little less fuel. So when we land we should have 10.6 1,000 kilograms of fuel. I'm curious about the weather, obviously. So let's have a look. Home page. There's a whole bunch of new messages. Let's just start with the latest one, 644. So that's information Mike, 630 Zulu. Surface wind 020, 7 knots, visibility 9 kilometers, clouds scattered at 2,000 feet, 33 degrees, 2.26, QNH1 007. So 020 at 7 degrees. So that says we can still keep our current runway 07 right. And now we'll have to just manually basically click all of them just to get them out. Right. The aircraft are complaining each of us fuel. We do have enough fuel, but this might officially be not enough fuel. 10.6. Let's see final reserves. We'll have like 2 more weather reports, I guess, before we start descending. And did we really never switch to are you kidding me? Standard. There you go. Oh, that looks funny. Okay. So our little panda has been flying for a couple of hours now. So she's definitely going places. Alright, so we got the sky dolly ready, and the moment we start descending, I can start recording it. Alright, so I'll be right back to take care of a couple of things.
That looks funny. There you go. Top of descent at 754 Zulu. 362 nautical miles. Alright. We got the top of descent there, 754. So that's in 35 minutes. 45 minutes. At BUBDO we should be at 320. So I'm not really quite sure now what it means top of descent. Let's see. Anyway, let's just descend to 320, I guess. Well, for now we'll just do a flight level change. So I'm expecting here to see the call message shortly. We'll have a new weather update. So the current weather is wind from 0 to 0. So that will be perfect for us since we are set up for landing at runway 07 light. So we'll have a quarter crosswind from around like a 50-degree difference. That should be fine. But we'll keep on monitoring the weather. And fuel-wise we're still okay. Maybe officially we wouldn't really be, but hey, that's okay. 10.2 kilograms remaining by the time we touch down. So for now we're descending to flight level 320 again. Basically we were there the entire flight. I came back, climbed to 360, and now we can descend to 320. And the top of the descent is still coming up. So once we reach 320, we'll set up for landing at 07 right. We will wait for the weather report still before we do that. Most of it's basically already been set up. The 777 will know the exact ILS frequency, but we'll have to just to double check it, of course. And we'll use the Navigraph charts for that. So I'll hold, I guess. There you go. So then we'll return to VNAV. VNAV path. So descent in about 45 minutes. My time is 7:14. So we are definitely expecting a new weather report. See the time of issuing all the weather reports 4 and 4:30, 3, 3:30, 5, 5:36, so 7 there should be in the weather report. So then here you can see the times at which we actually received them. So 6:30 it was issued, we received it 6:44, 2:30, 2:42, there it is. Just as expected, 15 minutes later. This is how it is, new messages, information November. Surface wind 030 degrees, 9 knots, visibility 10, clouds scattered at 2000 feet, temperature 32, 0.26, and QNH 1007. Good, maybe start redialing 1007. We will need hectopascal for that. Come on, just that little, let's go one, there you go, 1007. This is the current pressure. So looking at the trend, it looks like we will actually be using 07 rights. So we can have a look at the chart for 07 rights. So at 4,000 feet, basically 3,000 feet, that's where the glide slope will start to take us down. And that will be the altitude to which we will start our, to which we will aim for descending. So what I will do is just dial in 3,000. And by the time we fly over our top of descent point, the aircraft will start descending to hold at 3,000 feet basically. And we'll do this automatically since we're at 30 fast and flying vertical navigation. So the autopilot's doing that for us. So 3,000 feet, that's dialed in. And we already have like a couple of range rings that we put around the airport. So one at, let me show you. There you go. Should be coming from this direction here. The pink line will go down, and then we'll take a left turn. This is extended runway center line. There is our airport, this little green circle. And that inner green circle is where the glide slope will start to take us down. That's this point right here, 9.3 knots per mile. We set it for 10. So there's a little bit of slack there. And what do we need? So we need a couple of things. But we do not have to fill out everything because the aircraft is quite smart and it knows it. So the localizer 110.5, that's the radio frequency. You could find it on the NADAR page. There you go, 110.5, and there's also the course heading 068. So just check if that's correct. Excuse. 3,000 feet, the point where we'll start to go down. And it's the decision altitude 296 feet, the radio altitude. So we'll change this to radio, 296. It's going so slow. And it starts, oh, I hate that man. It starts accelerating when you don't need it, when you're almost there. So dial you on. There, we did it. 296. And that's the altitude at which we are supposed to have a visual of the runway. If we do not, then we need to do a go around. Go around, missed approach procedure. You climb on the approach course, 068 degrees. Then at 500 feet, you turn right direct to Opaki, or below 3,000 feet to Obnox, at 3,000 feet for hoving, or as instructed by ATC. So basically, what is it? Opaki, and then onward to Obnox, and there's a holding pattern there. This is always interesting at airport, speed control 180 knots, by 8 nautical miles from touchdown, thereafter 150 knots till 4 nautical miles from touchdown. Airport elevation, sea level basically, 34 feet. Basically this is all set up. I go back to the map view. So currently wind 030 degrees, 9 knots. So that's perfect for us, 030. The closer it is to 070, the better. So after touchdown, we'll vacate via probably like Sierra 4 or Sierra 3, maybe Sierra 2, depending on how fast we brake. We'll get ourselves off the runway, and basically we just taxi back. And then here is our, I believe here's the cargo area, or maybe I just decided cargo area is there, I don't know. Don't remember. Doesn't matter too much. We'll settle down somewhere. Also, since we're a cargo plane, there's apron cargo actually. Look at that. So we could also just exit. Where are we? The Sierra 3. That's actually even closer. Right. Arrival in 6 miles, flight level 320. So we are nicely. Where we're supposed to be. And then a couple of descent coming up. 266 nautical miles. Well, it's in about 30 minutes or so. So basically everything is looking fine. Just the insufficient fuel warning there. We can certainly ignore it. In real life this would probably be somewhat of a deal. Because you do need a minimum amount of fuel on board when you touch down. So we have final reserves plus alternates. This is the fuel that is required to reach the alternate airport, and some some contingency fuel that is already 10,700 kilograms. And obviously, yeah, you'll always need a little bit more. But this is how it is. So we'll keep it. We'll just keep on flying. Checklist. So before our descent, we'll check the decal, notes we can skip. We'll set the auto brake. We'll have all the landing data. Total approach briefing, and everything should be going fine. What's this aircraft sometimes is a bit of a challenge to slow her down. So we'll have to be, yeah, we have to stay on top of that, so that we'll have the correct speed on our final approach. To check the INSF page. So currently, with the current weight, it is saying when we use flap 30, we will need a speed of 144 knots, and then we add 5 for the wind correction, would be 149 knots at full flaps, 30 degrees. I will actually just put something in for now. There's also a little reminder that we have our approach speed there. 144 would be 159. If you go to the LAX page, I believe we have to answer that ourselves in the 777. And there we go. Let's do that, 149. And this number will change a little bit, since we're still burning some fuel. 170, we do not change 84, so then we'll just press it right there. Now the aircraft knows it needs to target speed 149 for the rest of the runway. And then this is final 607 right. Which is 9 nautical miles, and it said speed control 180 knots by 8 nautical miles from touchdown. So here, minimum speed I guess is 180. In this thing 170, I am going to do a sort of like an over flight, so we'll just keep 170, because I would like to go a little bit slower there. Since there's no ATC, we're not flying on that sim or anything, so we can do whatever the hell we want. We could just park the aircraft in mid-air, get out, have a little whiz, and then we go back in and we keep on flying, you know, or we take a detour to get some hamburgers, whatever, you know. We can do whatever we want. We're not doing anything crazy, but we'll just make sure that we're at around 170 knots right there at the final 607 light, basically. Right, so next stage, 65 nautical miles, and the top of descent will be around Dandy. So cool, excited to set this aircraft down. Been flying long haul with the MD-11 lately quite often, and the MD-11 is really nice on final approach. Flies like a charm, so really absolutely nice. And this aircraft, not as much. I'm not dissing it, not saying it's bad. If anything, I would be dissing myself as the pilot, you know. Just need to handle your shit. So, but yeah, so this is in that sense maybe more of a challenge. The aircraft is very sophisticated, it's a very, very clever aircraft. But there's a little bit of a challenge to slow it down effectively. But it's not the biggest problem at all. We just slow her down and then on approach, just see what happens. But basically everything is set up. The new weather report should be ready and issued actually in about 3 minutes, but then like 50 minutes later we will receive it. This always makes me nervous seeing that the insufficient fuel, even though, you know, technically we have enough fuel to make it. The number is not going up, 10.2. And I believe officially this probably will be a Mayday. I'm not really sure, but I think so. If you, you know, if you have a certain amount of fuel on board, but you actually needed more, at some point you declare a Mayday. It's not like a huge emergency, but it is an emergency. You need to land as quickly as you can. And ATC will probably, you know, give you some priority over other aircraft. In our case, we're just going to do our own thing. 10.2 is more than enough for us to fly the simulator, you know. So recommended 320, and that's where we are. So we're not carrying any passengers today. Just carrying some consumer goods and electronics, so we got some laptops and PC computers. We got some anime things, all from Japan. These are materials that are in the real world, are shipped from Japan to Jakarta. So the time is 7:29. In about 20 minutes we'll start descending. Well, quickly go AFK and take care of some business, and I'll be right back. Alright. So we're perfectly ready now. And the time is 7:35, so in about 10 minutes we'll get our latest weather report. So at least we still have 2 wings. It's good redundancy system, you know, like you have 2 wings. If you lose 1 wing, you still have a second wing, you know. So some engineers, there's a DAXRL saying copy that. Hi DAXRL. Hope you're doing well. Nice of you to join in and say hi. So yeah, I was saying we have 2 wings. It's a very clever redundancy system. You lose 1 wing, you still have another wing to be going, you know. So very clever engineering. Same goes for the tail wings. At some point we'll be flying double aircraft, you know. You lose 1 aircraft, you have another one. Alright. So 32,000 feet. Top of descent is coming ever so close. 7:53. It's in about, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. 137 nautical miles. We already dialed in the altitude to which we will descend. It will be 3,000 feet. The point where the glide slope will start to take us down. Current time on route is 6 hours 44 minutes into the flight. So just a fuel warning there, a little bit, it's not concerning, but as I said, shouldn't really be there in real life, you know, would not be very acceptable, I guess. I would definitely try and get some priority. Declaring a mayday based on fuel. So top of descent coming up there, it's on our navigational display. So we do not have any passengers to worry about today. Just doing cargo and check out this little curtain. I don't know, but I love it. So there's our computers and laptops and anime paraphernalia and whatever. So after flying, or actually after sleeping, it would be nice if we could have a little breakfast here in the kitchen. But I'm afraid that it's not for us right now. We just get ourselves back to the flight. And we'll set our asses down. Definitely some clouds up ahead. The weather radar is, however, not displaying any sort of precipitation, so that stands very good. So descend in about 40 minutes or so. And this time, yes, well, in 5 minutes we'll get the latest weather report. But it looks like the winds are good for our current setup for runway 07 right. We do have on the route page created a secondary flight plan based on runway 25 left in case we need to land to the other direction. But we won't be activating that, so we'll just go back to route 1 and this what we'll be using. Now anything else maybe we need, see we can have a look. We have our VRAF speed 44 at 30 degrees of flat. But we are obviously still burning a little bit of fuel, so that number could go down a little bit. There you go, 143. No, 144. Well, let's just update it. and I will also update on the leg page where we were 149. We'll make it 148. And do forward slash, and then we fill out nothing, so it's just changing the speed there and not the altitude. We execute. Maybe let's get rid of the sunscreens. Alright, cool. That is our weather report. Let's have a look. Information Oscar, surface wind 360 degrees, 8 knots, visibility 10, clouds few at 1800 feet, capped at 2000, but definitely looks a little bit cloudy. Temperature 32, 2.26, QNH 1006. So we are now 1007. For some reason it has a hard time dialing only one, but there it is, 1006, but we're still flying on standard. But we will need the local pressure, and we also need to know what is the transition altitude. That will be 11,000 feet. Apologies. Right, so we got about 10 more minutes until we start descending. So after like 4 hours of beauty sleep, the question on everybody's lips is the pilot still funky? And the answer to the question is, hit it. Earlier on the stream, we were playing this darker cousin of this song. That's enough of that. The hands are not warm yet. There it goes. I guess the pilot's still funky. Okay, so where we're going now, taking a left turn to Dandy. And at around Dandy we'll be on top of the descent. You can see it on identity /D. We're getting closer and closer, and I'm getting excited. So then we should be flight level 310 or above. We could maybe have a look at some speed constraints or altitude constraints and see if we can make them a little bit more I don't know what the word is. 7,000, 5,000 to 4,000 or above. We could, for instance, say you need to be at 4,000 and not necessarily above or below, but just 4,000. Let's see if we can do that. So forward slash, we do not change the speed that's in front of there, so 4,000 feet. Looks like that's accepted. That could help us out a little bit in managing the speed and some changes at the very last estimate. So what if we were to say we do not want to be above 250, we want to be at 250, and same for 210. Maybe let's start with 210, see what it says. So again, / flight level 210. Just to sort of force the aircraft to actually give us a precise descent profile. And I guess this is okay. We'll just use this for now then. And top that is coming 60 nautical miles, 753. So it's about 7 minutes or something. There's definitely some humidity here. So I think this is the first time on the channel flying to Jakarta, or even from. I don't think we've flown from Jakarta either. This looks like a very pretty area. Unfortunately, we do not see a whole lot when we look outside of the windows, but maybe when I will be recording the landing. So maybe then at least we'll get some nice visuals for the when I post the landing replay. Because during landing, you know, we cannot really gaze out of the windows usually. I think that is our destination coming up. Look at that. Bunch of islands there. The wind was now 360 degrees, I believe. Just quickly double check here. Yeah, so wind 360, and the speed was definitely increased, 8 knots. So 360 is straight from the north. So 07 light is still okay for us. So we can just proceed like we are, as we are actually. And look at this, it looks like the top of the descent should already have been passed. I'm not really sure where this actually started the arrival, I guess. .1 kilograms when we land at 818 Zulu. So we'll be landing in about 30 minutes. We're just chilling here, waiting until we can descend. away the guitar. Let's see where we're crashing into. So top of descent right here upon us. Zoom in a little bit. We should start descending any moment now. And then we'll just monitor our rate of descent, see if we're a little high, a little low. There we go. Descent started. And you can see there's a vertical deviation indicator. There's this little bug. And this little bug as well. And we can also see sync drag required. So let's just do that immediately. We'll extend the speed brakes. That's our speed brakes extended. And as I said, the aircraft tends to slow down a little bit. This is a little bit slippery. Now actually a little bit low. Speed to 900 and what's our speed supposed to be? Let's check the LAX page 280 at Borpo. There's 30 nautical miles. Let's try and maintain 280 there. And then I guess we should be good. That's the warning, saying that the speed brake is extended, so we are aware. The 280 or below, so let's retract the speed brake. And see if we can get away with it. Okay, so the descent checklist. So let's check the recall. We do have the insufficient fuel, but we know that's okay for now. No other warnings. So recall checked. Notes we can skip. Auto brake. We'll use auto brake medium. We'll set it to 2. And again, saying drag required actually. So let's go drag it some more. So speed brake extended. Landing data VREF and minimums. Let's check our VREF speed, still at 143 knots for a 30-degree flat landing. We got the landing data and the minimums. Yes, we are aware, thank you. 143 plus 5 is 148, and final approach. We have radio altitude 2906. With the decision altitude 2906, feet above the ground. And we have 110.5 at 068 in the NADAR page. 110.5 at 068. Speed brake extended, yes and no. Speed 250. I guess we can get rid of the speed brake now. We're aiming 280 knots, so definitely should be good. So let's start recording in the background, sky dolly. So I guess we can check this. We have the QNH as well, 1006, and the transition altitude was 11,000 feet. And looking at this, we are actually a little bit high. So I will extend the speed brakes again. So WIII in 11 miles. The speed there 280 and then Amson 280 as well. So we could maybe try and change the speed. But let's just use the speed brakes for now. And here you see why the range settings there are quite handy. Just because we see this little line there, sort of now, hey, we're getting really close to the airport, so that stuff definitely helps. So I think we can check this landing data and see if minimums. We'll get one final weather report like 15 minutes before touchdown, or 10 minutes maybe even. Approach briefing, let's consider that completed as well. So descent checklist complete. Then the alternatives, we will set those at flight level 130, set 11,000 feet. I'm not sure actually which one of those two was to choose. So I'll look into that at some point. Position flight level 130, position altitude 11,000 feet. Speed is at 280, but we are still on speed brakes. And then up next, Amston, also 280. So we could maybe try, I'm not sure if the aircraft is going to like it, to dial in speed 250. And we are a little bit high in the profile, so we'll just keep the speed brakes extended for a little bit longer. Here are our speed brakes. Trying to help us slow down the aircraft. As you can see, we're definitely getting closer. We're now 7 hours, 7 minutes into the flight. And we got the ILS frequency here, 110.5, and our final approach course of 068 degrees. There's no DME yet, so we're not close enough to pick up actually the signal that's coming from the localizer, but we will in a little bit. So for now we just keep on monitoring, 18,000 feet. Let's go progress page. Our expected time of arrival 8:17. That's in 17 minutes. So we got some executives flying with us. So let's strap those in. So we turn on the seatbelt sign now. So Amson, we should actually be at 250 knots. We just told the FMC that. And at this rate of descent, 2,000 feet per minute, and the speed brakes extended, the aircraft is still struggling to find 250 knots. Although the engines could maybe spool down a little bit more. They're not quite on idle, so I guess in that sense we're still pretty okay. But it's always a little thing with the Boeing 777. It tends to be really fast. Which in a way is good, get you from A to B fast, you know. Look at that. Our destination, Indonesia. So flight level 130, we could already switch to local pressure, and that should also give us a different altitude. So right now it's thinking you're a little bit high on the profile. So I'm curious when we switch to local pressure, But the altitude, how many feet it will change, and it might actually put a little bit low on the profile, who knows. Now the aircraft is going idle, as you can see, right there, idle. And you can see also the trend vector, I believe it's called, is showing us that the aircraft is decelerating. We'll keep the speed brakes are extended, but I do not see the warning. That's interesting. Let's retract the speed brakes now. And let's go local pressure. There we go, this is a much better place to be in, but now a little bit low. But that's good, no reason to worry. Not turning to kick up. Cool, I'm excited. I want to land this sucker, man. Okay, so we've set the altimeter. There might be still one more weather update, but we can check this on the checklist, the approach. And then there is finally the landing checklist. Speed brakes armed, landing gear down, flaps 30. Speed still 143 at flaps 30. And at K-Cup we should be 240 knots, and then 210 knots, 190 knots, 190, so, and so on. So we're picking up the ME now, 14 nautical miles, so we are in a straight line from the aircraft to the runway. It's 14 nautical miles. So that means the airport is right here. I don't think this is it. Could be there, I cannot really see. I don't know if you can. As I said, I've never flown here before, I'm not quite familiar with the area, but the airport should be somewhere to our left. You know, very close by, it's 30 miles. Okay, K-Cup coming up, 125 nautical miles. And the speed should, the aircraft should start to aim, there you go, 240 knots. So I'm excited to put down this 777 freighter variant. Okay, so we're below 10,000. Turn on the landing lights. The runway turn off lights, we can wait with those. I would like a little storm light up here. Well, that's about as bright as we can get it for now. Aiming for speed 240 knots. So we can expect a new weather report in about 8 minutes or so, 9 minutes. Just to get the latest wind, really. But we're in a good place, aiming for 240 knots. And then at Dakar will be 210. But we still have 9 miles to go. I'm definitely getting closer. We just flew by the airport. I could not get a visual, unfortunately. Not quite sure where it is, but we're really close. So Dakar coming up 6 nautical miles to AMX 240 knots. The Dakar should be 210. Let's see how she's going to do that. We still have our speed brakes with us if we need them. Usually around like 2 miles before it will start decelerating. We'll just watch that, see if it's doing what it's supposed to do, and if not, we override. So the touch land now, look at that. And I think I hear the engines going to idle. There we go, 210 knots. And the transactor starting to flirt a little bit. We've got 1.6 miles to go, 1.5, we're already turning. So I guess speed might be a little bit high. Up next would be 190 knots. I think I'm going to extend a little bit of speed brake for a little bit here. Let's see if we can get all pass 9.5 miles, speed 190, we'll take brake required. So rolling now at 2 on, yes, speed brakes are extended, I know, thank you. Let's go flaps 1. And since we're getting closer, let's turn on the internal side, the taxi lights as well. Triple sign is on. So all we need for now is the landing checklist, speed brakes armed, landing gear down, and the flaps 30. So cool, I'm excited to land this plane. All pass then, go tap, initial approach fix. And this line is at, dotted line here is at 10 nautical miles, slightly before the aircraft will start to take us down on the ILS. But once we are on our way to COTAP, we can turn on the localizer. Getting a little high in the profile here. And now decelerating, almost coming up in 3 miles, we should be speed 190. Well, maybe a little bit of speed braking. But that our speed brakes helping us out. Awesome, look at that. And all pass to COTAP 190, speed brake standard, thank you. Airspeed low, okay. Flaps 5. Let's see if we can turn on the localizer. Localizer's armed. New weather report, let's quickly check that. Wind 350, 6 knots. 1006. Yeah, so we continue. Next checklist. So localizer armed, not captured. We're 16 miles from the runway. We're below the glide slope. Localizer captured. And now up next, speed 170. We're also flying Panda. So we're on the localizer, we're pretty much established here. Let's turn on the approach. And that will enable the glide slope, the aircraft to follow the glide slope. We're a little bit below the flat 5 speed. I'm not sure if we should do like a speed increment or something. We're 12.6 miles out. There's our runway. So any moment now we will be captured by the glide slope. Should be at 9.3 nautical miles from the ILS. And there was like a constriction, speed constriction, but I say we just slow down a little bit more. Let's see if we can go flaps 10 without extending the landing gear. That will be flaps 15. Maybe a little bit early, but better safe than sorry with this aircraft. She sometimes tends to slow down a little bit hard. Let's arm the speed brake. We're captured by the glide slope. We're 8 nautical miles. Let's extend the gear. Yeah, so crew, take a seat for landing. Flaps 20. Let's go final approach speed 148. And our flaps go to 30 degrees. Then at around 1000 feet we'll take over from the autopilot and we'll hand fly the rest of our approach. So then I guess landing checklist complete as well. Definitely a little bit windy. (1200 feet). We have a nice visual of the runway. At 1000 feet, let's turn off the autopilot. Absolutely windy, for sure. A little bit low here.
Approaching minimums.
And now we keep her coming down again. There's our runway. Continue. Got to set this sucker down, man.
200.
Here we are.
100. 60. 50. 40.
Idle.
30.
Fire. start setting her down.
5.
Okay, and that's nose good touchdown. Welcome to Jakarta, everybody. Get the reverses out. Section knots, engines back to idle, flaps up. And I guess that's exit left, that probably will be Sierra 4. Welcome to Jakarta. Hope you enjoyed your flight. So wave at the camera. Hello. So Sierra 3. Alright. You know what? We just go straight. And we just park it down right here. So pretty cool. It was quite a windy approach. So it looks like we got ourselves down in one piece. Here we are, a little FedEx Panda at Jakarta Airport. After how many hours of flying? 7 hours 25 minutes. So I believe one of the cargo areas here to our right, so we'll just take a right turn here and we'll park somewhere over here. We do need to oversteer a little bit, since it's quite a long aircraft. You can see oversteering, but we'll get the nose gears onto the center line and the main gear on both sides equally. Well, at least some sort of. And let's just take this first one to the right, and we call it a flight. Looks a little bit awkward, but okay. Right, we'll stop. Parking brake set. This little funky view like this. But here we are nonetheless. Our PMDG, Boeing 777F, straight variant with the FedEx livery. Landed safely at Jakarta after 7 hours and 25 minutes of flying. Was a windy approach, but other than that, like a good landing. Looks like a nice day here as well. You can see it was 33 degrees, so it's quite warm. Indonesia, but that's no surprise, is it? That's the tower. So I guess I will do the replay from the tower view. But that will be like in 1 or 2 hours or something. I will need to edit a little bit. So yeah, the aircraft performed well. I'm happy that we succeeded with the landing. Always exciting. Right, man. So that's it. I would like to thank you very much for watching the video, and to DAXON and to AirQuest. Thank you very much for a fake hello, for your comments. So very much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed, hope you did well. There's a little Panda, not affected by any of this. Maybe she grew a little bit wiser and she's been really high. Alright, man. Thank you very much for checking again, everybody, and I'll see you with the next video. Bye-bye. And you know what? Let's just get funky with it. My bad. See you later. Bye-bye.